Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
I'll rephrase. Since 2019, have you and Young Thug been together in the club? And I'm not talking about I saw him in the club, but you two have been together in the club.
I can't recall.
Is it fair to say that your relationship after you got out of prison is not the same as it was before you went to prison in 2015?
Huh?
You have an objection, sir?
Yeah.
Basis.
It's an incomplete question.
So the form of the question? I sustain the question. You can rephrase it.
Is your relationship the same with Young Thug since you got out of prison as it was before you went to prison in 2015? Do you have the same relationship with Young Thug since you left prison in 2019 as you had with him before you went to prison in 2015?
So I'm confused. So help me understand. If you and her y'all got a relationship 10 years ago, so today is y'all relationship the same from 10 years ago today?
Is your relationship the same?
I need an answer.
Is your relationship the same as it was 10 years ago?
I don't think nothing would be the same from 10 years ago. I don't know how to answer that. I don't know.
Okay. Is your relationship better with Thug or worse or the same?
I don't know. I don't know how to. I don't know what to say to that. I don't.
Do you speak? Have you? And this is yes or no. Have you spoken with Thug in the year of 2024? Yes or no?
This year?
This year.
No.
Okay. In the year of 2023, have you spoken with Thug? Yes or no?
Yes, indeed.
Old rule, sir.
No.
In 2022, have you spoken with Thug? Yes or no?
I can't recall if I was in. I can't recall when did I got arrested. I don't know if it was 21 or 22. I don't, and I don't want to say yeah or no to it because I don't know if I was on the street or if I was in jail.
Let me ask you this: while you were in prison, did you ever speak with Thug?
No.
All right. Thank you for that. Do you know someone by the name of Marquavius Huey?
No.
Do you know someone named Quay?
I know a lot of Quays.
Okay. Do you see any of the Quays that you know in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Okay. How many of the Quays do you know are in the courtroom today?
One.
Okay. Can you identify him by article of clothing that he is wearing?
Where he's sitting right there, like, I don't know what color it is he got on.
All right. You said over there. Is he sitting? Is it the man with the gray and cream jacket?
It shows so reflect.
Thank you. How long have you known Quay?
Not long.
When you say not long, what does that mean to you?
I don't know Quay like that.
Okay. Have you known him for a year? More than a year?
I haven't been around him a year. So, just because I know of somebody, I've been in jail, I've been away, so.
So are you saying you just met him in 2023?
I met Quay I only knew Quay personally, been around him no less than 90 days, like no longer than 90 days. I haven't been around him personally to say I know him that well.
Let me ask you this. In 2021, did you know Quay?
I think that's when I met him.
Do you recall how you met Quay in 2021?
No, I don't.
In 2021, did you consider Quay a friend?
I consider him cool.
I'm going to start in 2021. How often, if at all, did you see Quay?
I don't know.
Would it be weekly?
I seen him when I seen him.
Okay. Would that be once a week, once a month, every couple of days?
I saw him when we had time to see each other.
And I'm asking very specific.
I can't say.
How often that was?
When I wake up, my day is not planned. I just go with the day.
And so I'll just ask you again.
Say that again.
Would you see him on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis?
I saw him when I saw him.
Would you speak with him on the phone?
Yeah.
Was that, how often would you speak with him on the phone?
When we had to call each other for something.
Was that, did you speak with him on the phone more than when you actually saw him in person?
I spoke to him when we spoke to each other.
Did you speak to him more or did you see him in person more?
What you mean?
Objection made.
What would you do? Would you see him more or did you speak with him on the phone more?
Meaning?
You said you spoke with him on the phone.
I have, yeah.
Did you speak with him on the phone every day? Did you speak with him on the phone once a week? Did you speak with him on the phone once a month?
I spoke to him when I spoke to him.
You said that you all would see each other. When you would see each other, what type of things would you all do?
Shoot dice. Go to parties. We mainly shot dice.
Did you ever speak with Quay via FaceTime or some other video chat?
What you mean some type of other video chat?
Well, let me just ask first. Did you ever speak with Quay on FaceTime?
I can't recall if I have.
Would you give Quay advice?
Would I give Quay advice?
Yes.
What that for to me?
Did you advise Quay on certain people he should hang around with
Oh,
or not hang around with?
what about it?
Have you advised Quay on individuals he should or should not hang around with?
I probably have.
Okay. Specifically, did you advise Quay on whether he should hang around?
I state the question.
Have you ever advised Quay on hanging around Young Thug?
I told Quay that, man, I have a personal problem with Young Thug.
Did you advise him on whether or not he should hang around Young Thug?
I thought I just answered it.
No, you told him that you answered you had a personal problem with Thug. That wasn't
Right,
the
and
question.
I told him that, yeah, I advised him that.
What is the that you're referring to?
Whatever you just asked me, I agree to what you just said.
So for clarity for the record, you've advised Quay about hanging around Young Thug.
I don't, what's your objection? He hasn't really clarified. I think she's trying to get him to clarify it, so I'm gonna overrule your objections.
You advised him on hang around Young Thug.
I told Quay that he needed to watch who he hang around.
And was that in 2021?
I don't know when it was.
You met in 2021. Have you spoken with Quay in this year, 2024?
No. You said, have I talked to him this year?
Yes.
No.
What about last year in 2023?
I cut all communication with everybody, period. I haven't spoken with nobody.
We've talked about Quay, Thug, Shannon, and Ye. Do you know any of the other defendants in
No,
the
I
case?
don't know nobody else. I don't. How many?
We've spoken about 4. Do you know any of the other defendants? In the
No, I don't know.
Do you know someone by the name of Trontavious Stevens or Tick?
Who?
Tick or Slug?
Yeah.
Do you know him by his given name or just Tick or Slug?
I know him by Tit.
Okay. About how long have you known Tick?
For a while.
How'd you meet Tick?
Don't know.
And when you say for a while, would that be more than 5 years ago?
Yes.
Back when you first met Tick, how would you describe your relationship with Tick?
I don't know. I can't reflect back on when I first met him.
Why can't you reflect on when you first met him?
I know a whole lot of people.
What was your relationship like with Tick?
What you mean?
Was it a good relationship, bad? Did y'all get along with each other? What was your relationship like with Tick?
Just like it would be with anybody else from that I know.
Do you get along with everybody that you know?
If we cool,
So are you saying that you were cool with Tick?
that's what I said.
What types of things would you do with Tick?
What you mean?
Did y'all go out? Did you go shoot dice? Did you go to the club? What type of things did you do with Tick?
Things young black men do in their neighborhood.
I don't know what young black men do in the neighborhood, so what is
Try to survive and stay away from the police.
Do you do anything else besides trying to survive and stay away from the police?
Yeah, get locked up.
Okay. Anything else besides getting locked up?
You got my criminal history, right?
We're not talking about your criminal history, Mr. Copeland. Is there anything else that you all used to do?
I don't recall.
I'm going to show you permission to approach Ron.
Have you shown that to defense counsel? You may, madam.
I'm showing you what's in Martin Six to 352 Yankee. Tell me if you recognize the individual in 352 Yankee.
Yeah,
Who are the people at 352 Yankee?
me, Ted, and Lil D.
Your Honor, this time they would like to end this 62 to 352 Yankee and Salad.
Any objection to states 352 Yankee?
Yeah, I have an objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
It's misleading portions of the image. In approach, I can show that to you, Your Honor.
Sure. All right, states 352 Yankees admitted over objection. Maybe published as you see fit.
Please remove the image. Mr. Copeland, you know who you are. If you can tell the jurors who is Tick and who is Little D. Mr. Copeland, who is Tick?
In the middle.
All right. And then it's Little D, the one with the Dallas Cowboys sweatshirt.
If this me, this Ted,
Okay.
they got no choice but to be Lil D.
Earlier, you talked about another Little D that you called your son. Is this the same Little D?
Do they look like the same Lil D?
I'm asking you a question, Mr. Copeland. Is it the same Little D?
No.
All right. How do you distinguish this Little D from the other Little D?
They look like two different people.
When you are addressing or talking about them, how do you distinguish the two Little Ds from each other?
What you mean?
Do you call one of them Little D from Cleveland?
If you ask me which Lil D I'm talking about,
And that's what I'm asking you. When you are
well, you
talking
should just
about,
ask me that.
Mr. Copeland, which Little D, how do you describe him if you're talking about him? If you're talking about the two Little Ds, how do you distinguish Little D?
I just said he Lil D from Cleveland Avenue.
Okay, thank you so much. About how old were you all when you took this picture?
I don't know.
Do you have hair on your head when you take the picture?
What you
When you
trying?
took the picture?
It looked like I got hair on my head.
Okay. How long ago have you been bald?
When I got out of prison.
Okay. So this is before you went into prison.
This an old picture.
And that's what I need to know. Thank you very much. How long have you known Little D from Cleveland?
Huh?
How long have you known Little D from Cleveland?
Know who?
How long have you known Little D from Cleveland?
I knew him back in 20. I think I met him in 2013.
Do you recall?
I think.
That's fine. Do you recall how you met?
Well, you see somebody around.
Back in 2013, when y'all first met, how would you describe your relationship with him? Were
With
y'all
who?
friends? Cool?
With who?
Little D from Cleveland.
How would I describe our friendship?
If you had, let me ask you, did you have a friendship with Little D from Cleveland?
I wouldn't say a friendship.
Did you hang out with him, like go to the club with him, or you talked about shooting dice, concerts? Did you do those things with Little D?
I try to get over on him.
What does that mean?
If he shoot dice with me, I'm gonna try to get over on him.
Okay. I guess then you would try to win the dice game?
I won't treat him like a friend.
You would not. Have you ever had Little D purchase guns for you?
Nope, but I took a gun from him.
So your testimony today that he did not purchase it for you, that you took a gun from him.
You talking about a specific situation?
Has there ever been a time that you had Little D purchase a gun for you?
My federal case?
Is there a time that you...
I said my federal case.
And when you say your federal case, what do you mean?
The case they sent me to the feds.
What are you talking about for the jury?
I'm answering your question.
I understand. You're saying your federal case that they send you to the feds. What does that have to do with Little D purchasing a gun for you?
The homicide investigator told me that I had the rights to protect myself.
Okay.
So I believed the way he said and got a gun to protect myself.
And how did you get that gun?
I paid Lil D to go get it.
Thank you. And was that in 2015?
Yeah.
Do you know someone by the name of Antonio Sledge? Do you know someone by the name of Antonio Sledge?
No.
Do you know someone who goes by the name of Munson?
Yes.
How long have you known Munson?
I don't know what year I met him.
Was that before you met Little D from Cleveland? After Little D from Cleveland?
I think it's before.
Sitting here today, do you remember how you met him?
So Monton?
Yes.
Yeah.
How do you met Munson?
I was about to do something to him.
Okay. What were you about to do to him?
Beat him up.
Why were you about to beat him up?
Cause he was in the wrong business.
After you were about to beat him up, did you somehow develop a friendship with Montauk?
Somebody else called me to protect him.
Okay. When did you get a call in order to have to protect Montauk? If you're talking about you met him before 2013 and you're about to beat him up, when did you get a call to have to protect him?
That same day.
And if you were about to beat him up, well, let me strike that. Did you make a decision to protect him? Did you decide to protect him?
Me?
Yes.
What you mean?
I asked you, how did you all become friends? You said someone.
He called my phone, talking crazy.
Let me ask just a simplified question. At some point, did you and Montauk become friends? Yes or no?
Later down the line.
Okay. When did you all become friends?
Later down the line.
Was it a month after you were about to beat him up? Was it 2 months after you were about to beat him up? Was it a year after you were about to beat him up?
It was within the time frame where he caught my phone.
I guess I'm
A couple days, I don't know.
Let me ask you this. In January of 2015, at that point in time, were the two of you friends or
Yes.
friendly? Okay. I'm going to speak about a specific time frame. End of 2014, early January 2015. How often would you and Montauk spend time together?
Can you say that again?
Sure. I'm focusing on late 2014,
Late 2014.
January of 2015.
All right.
How often would you and Montauk spend time together?
Every day.
Every day.
Not every, well, I'm saying a lot.
And during that time frame, when you all would spend time together, what type of things would you all be doing? Again, late 2014, January 2015.
You said what was we
What
doing?
type of things would y'all do?
Gamble? Like we gamble most of our time. Shoot dice.
Anything else?
Go out. That's it.
Is it fair to say, would you all talk to each other on the phone as well?
No. The farthest we talk on the phone is what you got going for the day. Where you at? That's it.
And have you ever FaceTime with Montauk? Back, and I'm talking about late 2014, January 2015.
I don't, not that I know of.
As long as you show them the documents to defense counsel.
And let me ask you this. Does Montauk spell his name in a certain way?
I don't know how to spell your name.
For the record.
Can we hold off a second? You may not.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Exhibit 353 Yankee. Are you able to tell me who this guy is?
I can't see this photo.
Mr. Copeland, looking at what's in front of you is 353 Yankee, and looking at what's on the screen, does that appear to be the same image?
Yeah,
All right.
me and Monton.
That's your moment. Thank you. Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 353 Yankee.
Any objection? Any objection to state's 353 Yankee? All right, hearing none, it's admitted, may be published as you see fit.
And Mr. Copeland, that Moulton with the blue, I'm asking.
That's me and Monton.
Do you know someone by the name of Quentin Porter?
Who?
Quentin Porter.
No.
Know someone by the name of Big Blue?
Who?
Big Blue.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted at 651 W. Who is at 51 W?
Big Boo.
And who's the, you know, another person?
Shannon.
And is Big Blue still alive?
You say, is he still alive?
Did he pass away?
No, he was killed.
Okay. When did you first meet Big Blue?
I don't know.
Was it around that 2013? I mean, excuse me, before 2013?
I knew of him before I knew him. So I can't recall when we actually.
Let me ask you this. Did you know Big Blue before you knew Little D from Cleveland?
Yes.
Do you remember how you met him?
Who?
Big Blue.
I said I knew of him before I. So
I'm talking about when you actually started meeting him, do you remember how you met him? How would you describe your relationship with him?
what you mean?
Like when you first met him, was he like a big brother, mentor, friend? How would you describe your relationship with him?
Yeah, I used to see him with a lot of money. I admired it.
And would you speak with him often?
No,
Did you see him often?
I saw him a lot, but we didn't communicate a lot.
Earlier, there was a picture with an individual by the name of OG Bentley. Do you remember looking at that picture yesterday?
No, I don't.
All right. Do you
You talking to me?
You remember seeing that picture yesterday?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. And the individual that's to my left, I think yesterday you said that his name was OG, or you knew him as OG?
You talking about this dude right here?
Yes.
What about him?
Do you know him?
Not personally.
When you say not person, what do you mean? Have you ever spoken with him?
I'm pretty sure I probably have.
Have you ever gone out with him to the club?
Yeah.
Back in 2014 and January of 2015, have you ever spoken with him during that time period?
Him?
Yes, sir.
I don't even pay this guy no attention, so I barely remember him like that. Like he never been affected to me. I don't.
When you said that you've been to the club, is that around 2014, 2015, or some other time?
You said something about a club.
I asked you, have you gone to the club with him? You said yes.
Oh, no, I'm saying, like, to be honest, I thought he was his manager or something. I'm not a person that asks questions. So I didn't know, I didn't pay him no attention. Like, we didn't have any comment or nothing. Like, I see no reason for me to talk to him.
What made you think that Bentley was Thug's manager?
Say what made me think that?
Yes.
From my observation, that's what it looked like.
All right. Do you know someone by the name of Alexis Greer?
No.
What about someone by the name of Max?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you know Max?
What you mean? How I know her?
How do you know Max?
She his sister.
Who's the he sister that you're referencing?
Young Thug sister.
Right. Does she go by any other name besides Max?
Dolly.
How long have you known? Strike that. What do you call her?
Both.
Okay. How long have you known Dolly?
I don't know. I didn't know her. I don't know her long. Like, I haven't known her long.
I believe yesterday you testified that you met Mr. Williams or Thug in 2014. Did you meet her around the same time that you met Thug?
I don't know which one of them I met first, but I didn't know they was related until later.
Do you remember sitting here now how you met Dolly?
Say it again.
Do you remember sitting here today how you met Dolly?
I remember I was playing with her.
When you say playing with her, what do you mean?
Like playing, talking, playing, joking, laughing, haha.
Was this in the studio, in a house, or somewhere else?
They was outside.
Have you ever considered her a friend of yours?
Yes.
How would you describe her friend? How would you describe your friendship with her?
How would I? What you mean?
Was it a good friendship?
She was cool. Like,
I know you just talked about being outside and y'all were laughing and playing. Have you ever been to the club with her?
club as we going out the club, as her brother going to perform. I recall going to shows with her as her brother go perform, but I can't recall if we've been out in the clubs together.
Did you ever speak with Max over the phone?
I don't recall. You smart on FaceTime?
FaceTime or just regular phone call?
Just her call?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't recall talking to her.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted at 6 Charlie. Looking at 6 Charlie. First, I'm going to ask, do you see Dolly in 6 Charlie?
These look like her, but I can't say for sure if it's her or not.
Okay. And do you know anyone else inside of that picture in 6 Charlie?
Monton.
And is that it?
These look like his other sister, but I can't really tell. But I really don't know I don't know her name.
Thank you. Next, do you know someone by the name of Jeffery Lamar? And I'm sorry, let me go back to 6 Charlie for a moment. And Mr. Copeland, for the record, the person that you said looks like Dolly, is that the individual with a white t-shirt?
I stand the question.
I just need you to describe for the record, who is the person you said looks like Dolly? Like, just describe what she's wearing for the record.
The girl right there.
I need you to describe what is she wearing in the picture.
Well, I don't know if it's her. But the white shirt.
And then the person you said looks like his other sister. Are you able to identify what color her hair is?
No.
And then the person with Monson, is that the person who is?
I stand as the form.
Is Monson the person in the front of the picture?
With on his head in the picture.
Thank you so much. Do you know someone by the name of Jeffery Bradford?
No.
Do you know someone by the name of Tudor?
No.
Do you know someone by the name of Duwop?
No.
And with both Tudor and Duwop, that's your testimony today that you do not know either of those individuals.
I do not know Tudor or Duwop.
Do you know someone nicknamed Nard?
Yes.
How many Nards do you know?
A lot.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted. 23 Charlie. Do you know who that is?
No,
Is that your testimony that you do not know who that is?
I do not know who that is. Don't recognize that person.
And that's your testimony today.
I do not recognize him.
Do you know someone by the name of Duke?
Duke?
Duke.
Yes,
Okay. How do you know Duke?
I've been around him a lot.
And when you say a lot, is that recently or back in 20?
Back in days.
This is before you went to prison in 2015.
Yes.
When you say you've been around him a lot, how often were you around him?
I don't know.
Are you going to show him something?
I am.
All right, just make sure you show it to defense counsel beforehand. Yes, ma'am. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I've had a request to take comfort, okay? So we'll go ahead and take 10 minutes, all right? All right, we're being recessed 10 minutes. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us. We're in recess, 10 minutes.
defense is going to have some objections to that video, so I didn't know if you wanted to take that up before Mr. Copeland comes in.
How long is the video?
There's going to be 2 videos, Your Honor, and they're only each one is 17 seconds, and one might be like 10 seconds.
All right. Can you identify them for the record? So.
Yes, Your Honor. This one is State's Exhibit 347 Yankee and 343 Yankee.
347 Yankee, and what's the other one?
343 Yankee.
All right. Let me see states, play for me states 347 Yankee, please. All right.
You said 347 Yankee first.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, this is my attire for the day. You know, this is how I'm swagging on a bitch and a boyfriend. You can get it. Got my younger with me. You deal what I'm saying? Just the motherfucking bruises how we do it, nigga. Dollar White Production. Hi. Yeah.
Was that it?
Yes, Your Honor. That's the first one.
That's 347 Yankee. All right, let me take it by the numbers then. Mr. Sharp, what's your objection? All right, Mr. Steele, do you have an objection, sir? What's the basis, sir?
I would ask for the basis of the reason that's being sought to be admitted under what ground, because I'm going to object to cumulative if it's association. I'm going to object to relevance because I don't know what the relevance of saying this is the attire for the day. And then there's commentary under the right of 347 wives, it's written words, which I would object to as well.
On what basis for the words?
It's a social media posting on a person's account, which this court pronounced Scarfax, and it's not Jeffery Williams' account. He didn't write those words. There are unknown people on some of them. Scarfax, as this court pronounced it, is Demekian Garlington account.
So is it, what's the basis for for the third base for your objection? Okay. For the writing.
And then for the rest of it is.
I heard relevance,
Yeah,
cumulative, and hearsay. Is that it?
I would hope so.
Okay.
And then, of course, the reason I say cumulative, there's been detectives with an S who are allegedly in association here on the indictment. There's been other witnesses identifying people who are part of the indictment that allegedly are part of a crime conspiracy. There is, this witness has already said who he associates with and identified a series of pictures. There's other numerous, I don't know the number. There's numerous pictures showing associations. I just don't know when there's enough. I've objected to cumulative. I know you gave me a continuing objection, but at some point, this seems like a waste of time in the court.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. State wish to respond. Three bases: relevance, cumulative, and hearsay.
Yes, Your Honor. As to the hearsay, Your Honor, the state has no objection removing the information on the side and previously.
All right. Well, that's done. That's one basis. I'll sustain that part of the objection. Okay. So what about the other two, relevance and cumulative?
As for relevance, Your Honor, again, this is direct evidence of the nature of the relationship of several individuals on this indictment. Inside of this video is Mr. Williams, Mr. Copeland, Mr. Arnold are in this video, and it shows their association together. We have pictures, but this is them. Oh, and Dolly White, who's going to be, who we've heard about as far as the Lil Wayne bus shooting, and we should hear more about Miss White as the rest of this particular act develops, Your Honor. It shows the relationship of these parties together. The defense has been that Mr. Copeland is not really a friend of Mr. Williams. He is a friend of, I believe, from opening statement, a friend of Demikion Garlington. And again, this shows that that's a contradiction to that this is Mr. Williams in his home, it appears, or someone's home, let me say that. And it shows the nature of their relationship. And so we think that it's relevant. It's not cumulative, Your Honor, because this is not new. This is not the same evidence as the pictures. This is different evidence. One, it's a video. And two, that this would be analogous that if we have evidence of a murder, we can bring in different pieces of evidence. And this is a different piece of evidence. This is video evidence showing the nature of their relationship.
All right, ma'am. Anybody else have an objection? Okay, I'm going to admit states 347 Yankee over objection, Mr. Steele and Mr. Steele in particular. I'll just make it a continuing objection.
And we're still continuing, and I hope, I was under the belief for cumulative for all association.
No, I'm not giving you. I mean, yeah, I'm overruling the objection. I've sustained it as to hearsay, but I'm going to admit relevant. It's relevant, and I'm not going to. It's not cumulative at this point. So, okay. All right. Can I see 343 Yankee, please?
Fuck you, pussy. All right, better than you.
Yeah, we got a turbulent out here.
Okay, Mr. Sharp, do you have an objection for 343 Yankee?
I do. I
All
have
right, and the
several
basis of that.
objections.
Okay, the bases of that objection, sir.
Okay, well, can I just describe what I see first? Because I think it's important that we just talk about what we're seeing. I believe that to be Mr. Kendrick in the foreground right now, Mr. Copeland in the background. Mr. Copeland says F-U-P-U-S-S-Y, and it's something that I can't decipher afterwards. Then the camera pans to another gentleman who I believe may be Martinez Arnold. He says to my ears, we have a target on our heads. And then, and he also uses what I believe to be drugs. And then it goes to other individuals. I believe I saw Quindarius Zachary present as well. So I have several objections. First of all, what Mr. Arnold, or the person I believe to be Mr. Arnold, says is hearsay, and it violates the confrontation clause. He is not on the witness stand. I do not anticipate him taking the witness stand. Him saying we have a target on our heads is a statement that violates both the confrontation clause and the hearsay rules. It's clearly not any sort of co-conspirator statement. Also, regarding the video and audio as a whole, I guess the state would argue that it's relevant to show association. I think that's already been established. I think that's cumulative. I think the probative value of that at this point, and the marginal probative value after all the other evidence to show association is minimal. Compare that with the prejudicial effect, which is these gentlemen being around and engaging in drug use, the profanity, the different things of that nature. I think that the prejudicial effect and the unfair prejudice substantially outweighs any probative value from this video. However, Your Honor, if Your Honor were to find that it's relevant to show association, which I would argue is the only possible relevance, then my concerns could easily be alleviated by admitting the video and not the audio, and therefore it would cure the hearsay and confrontation clause concerns from the audio and what is said by a non-testifying declarant.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, State.
So first, Your Honor, as to the confrontation clause, Your Honor, this is not a testimonial statement and made to law enforcement. So this would not be a confrontation clause issue, Your Honor. As noted, this is a statement by a party opponent.
How's Mr. Arnold a party opponent? Just tell me.
Because he's on the indictment, Your Honor. He is a previous co-defendant in this case. Although he's pled, he's still a party opponent.
So you're saying his statements are admission by a party opponent?
Yes, his statement being admission by a party opponent.
Okay.
As far as what Mr. Copeland says, F-U, P-U-S-S-Y, Your Honor, the probative value or prejudicial nature of that cursing, we've admitted songs at this point that have cursing in it. So I don't know how prejudicial that particular line would be. Mr. Copeland is the current witness on the stand, so they want to cross him on his use of language. They can do that, but don't believe that in and of itself should keep this video out. As it relates to the smoking of the cigarette, we don't know what that is. It looks like a cigar. So it'll be speculative to believe that it's drugs or anything else because we don't know. I didn't see in that video a bag of marijuana sitting around anywhere, so we don't know what it is. So it'd be speculative to determine if that is any type of drugs or illegal substance, Your Honor. Also, this could be an adoptive admission as to Mr. Kendrick. If it is what Mr. Arnold says, that we have a target on our backs. At no point in time did Mr. Kendrick, who is the holder of the video, deny that statement at all. An adoptive admission is admission by silence. An admission by silence may be created against a party who remains silent in the face, and this is of an accusation. Such admissions are proved up when the opponent establishes the following elements. At a prior time, someone made an accusation. We believe that we have a target on our back is an accusation. Then Mr. Kenneth's failure to say anything to it will be an adoptive admission to that statement. But again, we have a target on our back. It's something that a party opponent states, and that would be relevant. This video was taken in 2014, which is in and around the time of the beef. That we believe the beef may have started between If Gang and YSL. And so that would be relevant information for the jurors to hear as well.
Anybody else have an objection before Mr. Sharp? Before I let you respond again, Mr. Sharp, just wait a second. Mr. Weinstein, do you have an objection?
I just wanted to make one statement regarding Mr. Kendrick allegedly holding the camera that entire time. If you watch the video, you can see that there is a jump cut in this video.
What is this?
Jump cut. And there's a part where there's an incongruity in the video, and it's prior to the person who allegedly says there's a price on our head. If you watch it again, you can see. So the fact. Are
you saying it's spliced or it's too?
Or
is that a jump? Is that what a jump cut is? Or
it stopped and started again or something. You can watch it when you see it. I'm not saying the state spliced it. I'm just saying it looks at one point like the video stopped and then started again. So while it looks like Mr. Kendrick is doing a selfie video here, when you watch it play all the way through, and it's only 17 seconds, you can see it. When you watch it play all the way through, before it goes to the individual that makes the statement about the price on the head, it's not at all in evidence that Mr. Kendrick is holding the camera then.
all right.
Your Honor.
So what's your specific objection?
My objection is to the allegation that Mr. Kendrick has adopted that statement because he's holding the camera and did not doesn't help.
Sir.
Only objection.
Sir, thank you. All right, Mr. Steele and then Mr. Shard again.
Your Honor, there's not a case I can find that a person in Mr. Arnold's position would be a party opponent. He's indicted. He has cut a agreement that this court sentenced him under, and he is no longer a party here. So,
You're still on the indictment though, right?
yeah, so I can't find any case that says acted a human being. An indictment is hearsay. It is the district attorney's allegations. It is total hearsay under Brown versus State, which we discussed earlier.
Yes, sir.
So I disagree strongly, and I just can't find it. If someone has it and I'm wrong, I want to learn, but I can't find anything that supports what the state says about this is a statement of a party opponent.
All right, sir.
I
Thank
couldn't find it either with Mr. Winfrey. If you remember him, he did not resolve his case, but he is on the indictment. I still can't. He's not here. The party, and then generally we get a 105 instruction, 24-1-105 instruction.
You may still get one at some point in time, but not now. Okay? All right, sir. Anything else?
Not on that issue.
Okay. All right. Mr. Shard?
I mean, I agree with Mr. Steele, but with Winfrey, but this is one step further because he's not a party opponent. Yes, it's a little absurd to say he's a party opponent to the state right now. He signed a plea deal with the state to testify. He signed declarations written by the state. He's not a party opponent, but more importantly, while he is on the indictment is no longer pending against him. He has resolved the case.
But I don't think that makes a difference as to whether or not, I mean, you can still be on the indictment. You can resolve your case and conversations still could be, theoretically admissible as to others. So, but I'll hear from the state, but that's not my understanding,
Playing a
Mr. Shard.
football game and the time runs out in the fourth quarter. The other team's no longer your opponent. He does not have a pending case. There's nothing going on.
While that may be true,
And there's no.
while that may be true, but I still think the statement can be used for other purposes.
Can I just respond to the adopted admission? We have a target on our heads is not an accusation. Okay, it's not something that would clearly elicit the response of Mr. Kendrick to say, "Oh, well, hold on, man. You're saying something about me, so let me clear that up." That's what adopted admissions are. You say something and then about me, and then I have to clear it up, or it's assumed that I agree with it. That's not even close to what adopted admissions are.
All right. Thank you. State anything else?
Just one additional, Your Honor, it's also to be considered a co-conspirator statement as a part of the larger conspiracy of the gang of YSL. Again, this is in November of 2014, where we believe the beef between YSL and the If gang is beginning to arise and heat up. And so the fact that he says we have a target on our back, we will argue is YSL, and the hour is the YSL. And therefore, this statement could come in to show the larger conspiracy, which will be the gang conspiracy as well.
And to be a statement, a co-conspirator statement, it would have to be in furtherance of the conspiracy. There's nothing about that statement that would indicate at all that is furthering any conspiracy.
But that's a jury question.
Well, no, it's not.
Remember what I told you earlier during the trial, this proceeding. At this point in time, there is evidence that's been presented by the state to show that there potentially may be a conspiracy. So, as a result, that's kind of the entry. So, I believe at this point in time that may fall into the category of whether or not a conspiracy has been shown. Now, whether or not the jury believes that, buys it, they've proven it, prove it beyond a reasonable doubt to a jury satisfaction will be determined later. And whether or not that particular statement was made in furtherance of the conspiracy is again a question.
I gotta disagree because there's multiple steps.
Yeah, I understand that, but
it has to be in furtherance of the conspiracy, and you as a gatekeeper judge
well,
make that determination.
I've determined I've determined that that's made in pursuant, from what the state's telling me they're trying to get admitted to, it's made in furtherance of the conspiracy. So, yes.
Well, may we have a continuing?
Yes, you certainly may, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely. All parties, the Harvey rules in effect, I'll make it a continuing objection. All right, anything else?
I do. Your Honor, I don't know how state could argue anything from those words. There's no context.
They made an argument, you disagree, and I'm gonna rule in their favor. And again, the jury ultimately will decide that issue. But as a threshold issue, I've made that determination over your objection and over your, I would say, disagreement.
What I'm trying to ask the court to put into the framework of your ruling for the state is that the words we have a target on our back does not go to potentially anything based upon that 17-second video or 10-second video. It's so out of context. We don't know what they're talking about.
But it's part of the state's evidence in this case. Ms. Hilton, you want to respond to that?
You're right. And so it shows a show of force. Like they collectively are bragging about whatever target that they have on their back and has put this on social media. This is posted on Mr. I believe this will be identified as Mr. Garlington's page. And so on their public social media page, because that's how we received it, they're showing that, or telling to the world as a show of force, we got a target on our backs, whether they care or not. Again, that's showing that this gang, we got a target on our back, and this evidence can be placed before the jurors, and the jurors can decide what, if anything, they want to do with this evidence.
I'm going to admit.
Your Honor, can I say one more thing? If we could play that one more time, it sounds like they may be saying we have turbans on our head, not targets on our head.
That's what the defense brought up. That's what Mr. Shard said that it said. So we quoted from what Mr. Shard said. So I assume they all talked about it together before they came in here.
Well, it's not that there is-
And if it's misleading, that's another reason to keep it out. If it's misleading, I'm saying what I heard. If Mr. Weinstein heard something
Play it
different,
again,
then that's
please.
what he heard.
We can play it.
Yeah, we got turbulent out here. We got turbulent out here.
Because we got trouble.
That's fine too.
We got
The we-
turbans.
So that's the
We got turbans on it.
we got turbans on our heads. So
Okay.
the we is the we.
All right. Okay. All right.
Is that?
Well, I'm going to admit it and let the jury consider for what it's worth. All right. So I'm going to admit 343 over objection. All right. Anything else as against these two videos? All right. Bring Mr. Copeland back in, please.
This is my. I think. Oh, shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
All
right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Ms. Hilton, you may continue when ready, ma'am. Have you shown that to defense counsel already?
Yes.
Okay, all right, you may approach now.
I'm gonna play for you a video without the sound. Some of you recognize first the people in the video. Looking at 343, do you recognize some individuals in that video?
No,
You don't know any of those people?
no.
Permission to approach again?
You may, ma'am.
I'm now gonna show you what's been marked as 347 Yankee. Do you recognize any individuals in 347 Yankee?
No.
Mr. Copeland, earlier we talked about FaceTime. Have you ever called Young Thug using FaceTime?
No.
Is that your testimony here today?
I don't remember calling him on FaceTime.
Okay. Do you recall in June of 2015 having an interview with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
Okay.
You said when?
June of 2015.
Yes.
Okay. And in that interview, do you recall it being you, Investigator Dennis, and Investigator Baker with the Atlanta Police Department?
I remember being interviewed. I don't know who I was there.
Permission to approach?
As long as you've showed that to defense counsel already.
I'm gonna play portions of the video. I'm showing you 378 Yankee Echo 1. Is this you in this picture?
Can I see the picture?
You sure do.
It looked like it.
Okay. And do you know who investigator didn't see it?
I can't see nobody else in that photo.
Okay. Is this date on this June 10th, 2015?
You're saying reading from the document that's not in the site object.
Right. We are impeaching Mr. Copeland.
Not in evidence. If you said, what's the document number you identified for the first record?
Yes.
Which one is it?
378 Yankee Echo 1.
Hold on. What's the name of the exhibit? 378 what?
Yankee Echo 1.
Okay, I'll sustain an objection to unrelated to foundation. So there's some foundation and we'll see where we'll go from there.
Looking at what's going to be 10 at State's Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo, is this you in the video?
No.
Your Honor, this we're going to ask the 10 at State's Exhibit 378 Yankee for impeachment purposes only.
Any objection to states 370 Yankee Echo 1?
No, this is the video.
I have several objections, but
Can I see it?
Your Honor,
Sir, can you step out?
my step out, my head hurt.
Yeah, you can step out. Yes, sir. All right. Can we bring Mr. Copeland back in, please? Ladies and gentlemen, it might be appropriate at this point in time we take lunch. So why don't we say we'll take lunch to 1:45 and then see where the afternoon leads us. Okay, Mr. Copeland, lunch, and we'll see you at 1:45. Okay.
All right.
All right. All rise. Go ahead. Go ahead. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us. We'll be in recess until 1:45. See you then. Hey, before we bring him out, can you keep the door closed, please? All right. Mr. Steele, Miss Hilton's back, so.
So, what I was saying to the bench.
In regards to, yeah, you were telling me, that you had another, or you wanted to be heard in regards to states 378 Echo, 378 Yankee Echo 1.
It's a June 10th, 2000.
Yeah, and that's what I need to find out. Is it, Ms. Hilton, is that the June 10th, 2015 interview purportedly of Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
Okay.
What I want to alert the court is that district attorney wants to use for impeachment. We're not showing just to the witness, listening closely. It's going to be broadcast. The court allowed that in. But they're playing like a 2-second snippet. The issue is, did you ever FaceTime with Jeffery Williams? And in those sections, there is absolutely, I FaceTime with Jeffrey. I was with someone who FaceTime with, I think they call him Thug.
I think there's three, up at the bench we talked about, there's 3 separate times that he purportedly testifies or he gives in his interview inconsistently with that.
What I want to alert, and what I said earlier, is it just seems to me to be a tricky way to do it, because if you don't shut the recording or start the recording right away, it goes into, we have a problem. I'm not forgetting about this. And these are things that should not go to impeachment, or did you call this person? So I don't know why we're doing it like that, but I'm just warning you, because you always told me that the informed judge.
Forewarned judge is a happier judge, yes.
I'm telling you, because otherwise I'm just going to approach and say, you know, I don't know why that was played. You'll say, I agree, that's not impeachment, but there's nothing to do about it.
Okay. I understand your concern. Ms. Hilton, are you and Ms. Knight or your audio team sure that you can cut it off?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe that there are breaks in which you can't.
Have you tested it already?
I have previously. Now, for things I have.
Are you going to do that, or is that going to be handled by the three lawyers sitting in the back?
No, to ensure that I am going to handle the portions of impeachment.
All right, so it's on you if it runs over, okay? And Mr. Steele's made it very clear that there may be a challenge if that's the case, okay? So I would encourage you to just act accordingly, okay? All right, was that your concern, sir? Is that it for now? Okay, all right. Let's bring Mr. Copeland in, please. And while we're doing that, summon our jurors. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Ms. Hilton, whenever you are ready, ma'am, you may resume your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, permission to sit briefly for this portion of it.
madam.
Now, Mr. Copeland, when we left off, I asked you about FaceTiming with Doug. I'm now going to play from your June 10th, 2015 interview, began at 10:35:51 to 10:35:53. Of course, I don't just go on. Do you hear yourself when you said you FaceTime Thug?
Say it again.
Did you hear when you said you FaceTime Thug?
I heard I say something. I can't recall what I said. I have a hearing problem.
I'm now going to play on that same date, 3:47:40 to 3:47:41.
And where I supposed to listen to it?
Yes, sir. Do you hear when you said you called FaceTime on Thug? You called Thug on FaceTime for Kel.
Your ear better than mine.
And the next, we're gonna play June 10th, 2015, 3:48:05 to 3:48:06. Did you hear him say Thug FaceTime me back?
Your ear better than mine.
So again, have you used FaceTime to speak with Thug?
I don't recall.
All right. Now, when using FaceTime, have you previously told investigators why you understand people to use FaceTime? The reason why your friend group uses FaceTime?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. Or put it this way, subject to more foundation.
Why do you use FaceTime?
I don't use FaceTime.
Have you ever used FaceTime?
Objection asked and answered.
Overrule, sir.
Have you ever used FaceTime?
People have FaceTime.
And when people have FaceTime you, is there a preferred reason why you have used FaceTime?
I be think people be trying to see where I'm at.
I'll sustain this as speculation at this point.
Have you told investigators why you and others use FaceTime?
What's your objection? You have an objection?
It's a compound question, it's half of it calls for speculation.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
You need me to repeat the question?
Yeah.
Sure. Have you told investigators why you and your friends use FaceTime?
I don't recall it.
Do you recall meeting with investigator Viverito and investigator Flores in October of 2021?
I think so.
Okay. And during that interview, did you speak with them about why FaceTime is used?
I don't recall it.
All right. In that interview, did you tell investigators?
Basis.
She's about to be the witness, and it's also an improper question if you can approach.
You can approach, sure. You may resume when ready.
I'm going to show you and play for you. Excuse me, wait. In October 2021, do you recall meeting with Investigator Burrito, Investigator Flores at Atlanta Police Department headquarters?
I guess. You said, did I meet with them? Or did they drag me up there?
Either one, either way.
Nah, I'm gonna definitely meet with them up there.
Okay. Were you in a room present with them and they questioned you?
They questioned me.
Court's indulgence.
Yes, ma'am.
Through 126:43.
All right.
And FaceTime them right in your face and let you hear these niggas talk. Because they think that FaceTime can't be monitored, which is stupid. Every last one of you need to talk on FaceTime.
And I'm going to conclude that at 125:45. Do you hear yourself when you say, excuse me,
I'll sustain the objection.
what is the reason why FaceTime is used?
Huh?
What is the reason why FaceTime is used?
What you mean?
Overruled, sir. You can have a continued objection. You can answer the question, sir.
Did you hear yourself in the video say?
Overruled, gentlemen, Mr. Sharp, Mr. Steele.
FaceTime is used because it can't be monitored.
That's what I said.
Did you hear yourself say that in the video?
I told you I got a hearing problem.
Would you like me to play it back for you?
You can play it. If I can't put it in my ear, I won't be able to recognize what I said. It's the sound of it.
I understand. Have you ever heard of 30?
You said, have I ever heard 30 deep?
Yes.
Yeah.
And what's 30?
What you mean?
How have you heard of that term, 30?
How have I heard of the term 30 deep?
Yes.
Can you ask me in a way I can understand?
Sure. You said you've heard of 30D. You said you've heard of it, 30D.
I know about 30 deep.
Okay. What do you know about 30D?
What you mean? What do I know about it?
Tell the truth. You said you know about 30D. What do you know about 30D?
You hearsay the whole number of problems with that question.
I'm overruled the objection.
Is 30D?
Yes, you can read it.
I sustain the objection.
I haven't asked the question.
All right, you can go ahead and rephrase, madam.
What is 30D?
My neighborhood.
Is 30D a gang?
Huh?
Is 30D a gang?
Is it a game?
Yes, sir.
And what you define as a game?
How do you define a gang? Or do you, let me strike that. Is 30 Deep a group of individuals?
Meaning,
You said 30 Deep is your neighborhood.
yes, it's my neighborhood.
Okay. Is 30 Deep a group of people in your neighborhood?
No, yes. I don't know.
Is it a group of people from your neighborhood?
I just know my neighborhood, I was growing up, I used to hear 30 Deep a lot.
And when you heard of 30 Deep, what did you understand it to be? What was your understanding of it?
It was cool.
And when you say it was cool, what do you mean?
Like, I thought it was cool. I just see and heard people say 30 Deep.
And when you saw and heard people say 30 Deep, were they talking about people together?
Overrule, sir.
Speculation.
I'll stand that.
When you heard people talk about 30 Deep, what was your understanding of what they were talking about?
I heard the rapper say in his song 30 Deep. I don't know. I heard Gucci Man rap about it. I heard like Jeezy rap about it. I don't know.
Have you ever been a member or an associate of 30 Deep?
I don't know what associate mean.
Have you ever been around a group of people who identify themselves as 30 Deep?
Have I ever been around a group of people that identify themselves at 30 Deep?
Yes.
I know someone who I guess they say was 30 Deep.
Did you ever consider yourself 30 Deep?
No,
Did you ever consider yourself a DRC?
no, I consider myself 372.
And what is that why your Instagram was Woody 372?
My Instagram, Woody versus Woody.
Back in 2014, did you have the Woody 372 Instagram?
I told you I don't recall the Instagram. Back then they had several fake accounts with my name in it, but it wasn't mine.
You said you consider yourself 372. What was 372?
It ain't for you to know.
I'm going to ask you again, Mr. Copeland. What was 372?
372.
Was that a game?
What do you define as a game?
Mr. Copeland,
I
I'm asking if you
can't answer your question if I don't know what you're talking about.
was it you in a group of people a part of 372?
And what's a group of people?
3 or more people.
But yeah, but it wasn't no. We didn't hang on it. Like we wasn't. I guess.
Do you remember in February of 2015 talking about 30 Deep in an interview with Investigator Jason and Investigator Dennis?
Huh?
Do you recall meeting with Investigator Dennis and Investigator? Do you remember meeting with Investigator Curry, in February of 2015 at Atlanta Police Department with your Then
Was it handcuffed?
you were not.
Nah, I don't remember.
Do you recall having to go to the Atlanta Police Department after, someone came to your home and shot at you?
Basis.
You're gonna have to orient.
I'm gonna rule the objection as to form. If you got a better objection, Mr. Steele, you can decompose it. Overruled.
Do you recall going to the Atlanta Police Department on that?
I'm gonna object as soon as facts out of evidence.
She's got to orient the witnesses to time and place, so I'm gonna overrule the objection, okay?
Do you recall having to go to the Atlanta Police Department in February of 2015 after you were the victim of an egg assault in which people tried to shoot at you?
I sustain the objection.
After somebody shot at you, your child, and your child's mother, you recall having to go to the Atlanta Police Department to be interviewed for that,
Yes.
with what happened there? Okay. And do you recall speaking with a detective during that interview?
I don't know who I spoke with.
Okay, but do you remember, it doesn't matter, do you remember speaking with a detective about
Yes.
what happened with you? And during the course of that interview, do you recall being asked about your affiliation with, or your association with 30 Deep?
What you asking me?
Okay. Do you remember the detective asking you if you were a part of 30 Deep?
What I say?
You have to answer yes or no. Do you remember being asked that question?
No, I don't remember him asking me.
Okay. Do you remember saying that?
Basis. I need a formal objection. Overruled, sir. Again, if you pose another objection, I'll listen to it.
He asked you, he told you, you said to him, it's a whole gang.
I sustain the objection.
Let me ask you this. Let me just play it. Your Honor, the state will be playing the February 20th, 2015 interview, 156-28 through 156-44.
Overruled, sir. You said hearsay, I've overruled it. All right, thank you. It's impeachment. Is that correct, madam?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Sure.
There's no exhibit number, nothing for the record.
I'm going to mark
Let
it,
me
Your
fix.
Honor.
Let me fix that. Yes, you do need to mark it as for identification, madam.
Yes, Your Honor. The state would like to send a 378 Yankee Charlie, and it'll be from 156-28 to 156-44.
378 Yankee Charlie.
Yes, Your Honor. 378 Yankee Charlie.
And any objection to say 378 Yankee Charlie from 15-620 to 15-644?
Just what clarification? What is purports this exhibit to be?
This is the February 20th, 2015 interview of Mr. Copeland.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll object also to hearsay. I heard the state say this would be investigated.
You're right, I have to give context to the entire statement.
I'll overrule the objection. It's admitted, maybe that particular section's admitted from (15,628) to (15,644).
Huh? What were you associated with? And then everything else that done rolled about with it is starting to come back to harm.
And Your Honor, I'm gonna go back, 'cause I think it's maybe 15627.
You was 30 deep. Huh? What were you associated with? And then everything else that done rolled about with it is starting to come back to harm.
And we're ending at 15645. I'm gonna also show you. You know what, strike that. To your knowledge, was Demekion Garlington part of 30B?
No,
To your knowledge, was Shannon part of 30B?
no,
Did you ever claim affiliation with the Bloods?
who, me?
Yes, you.
Yeah,
Okay. What blood set?
Bloods, period.
When you say Bloods, period, what do you mean?
Blood, I call myself a blood.
Did you ever leave or stop calling yourself a Blood?
You said, did I start calling myself a blood?
Yes.
Yeah,
When was that?
2015.
And
I think 2015.
And do you have tattoos that would be considered representative of being a member of the Bloods?
No,
Do you have a 5-point star tattoo?
it don't have nothing to do with bloods, though.
Okay. Do you have a 5-point star tattoo?
Yeah.
How many of them do you have?
A lot,
When you say a lot, can you put that in numbers?
more than 5.
And with your 5-point stars, are they colored? Do they have a color?
Yeah,
What color is that?
what you mean? What color are they?
Yeah, what color are your 5-point stars?
Some on just plain, some red, some green.
Do you know how many red ones you have?
No,
Okay. Do you know how many green ones you have?
no,
Do you know how many that are not colored at all?
no.
Was Demekion part of the Bloods?
Yeah, ask him that.
Okay, I'm asking you,
Not to my knowledge.
right? Do you
Well, I don't know. I can't say not to my knowledge. I don't know where he was.
do you recall in January of 2015 being interviewed at the Atlanta Police Department? And this was after you had been shot at on the highway?
What about it?
Do you recall being interviewed at the Atlanta Police Department?
No, I don't remember.
I'm going to mark State's Exhibit 378Y Yankee, Bravo. And I'm going to play from 6:46:34 to 6:46:43.
What was the second part? 646?
34 to 646:43. And the 378 Yankee Bravo is the January 28th, 2015 interview of Mr. Kenneth Copeland.
Are you moving to admit that, madam?
Just for the purposes of impeachment, Your
Okay,
Honor.
all right, okay. All right, it's been identified.
Mr. Copeland, is that you in this video on the screen?
I guess. D told them, y'all ain't help me. He said, cuz you ain't hang with us, you hang with them. They supposed to help you. D told Kel them? Yeah. Cause D and Kel them supposed to be the same group. Right. So D tell them that, so they like, but me and Kel are at the top. I'm like, bro.
What group is D and Kel part of?
I don't know.
Are they both part of, at the time in 2014, were they both part of If Gang?
Oral, sir.
Are they a part of If Gang?
I don't know.
Do you know if Shannon was ever a member of the Bloods?
Not to my knowledge.
Can you please put up State's Exhibit 351? I'm looking at State's Exhibit 351Y. Are you wearing red?
Yeah.
Okay. Is Shannon wearing red?
Yeah.
And is that's DB in the middle? Does DB have on a red hat?
Yeah.
Okay. The way that DB has his hands with his thumbs together and his middle and pointer finger up, what if anything does that mean?
It ain't me. You ain't gonna never see me doing it. I don't know.
Do you know that to be the symbol for SMM?
I do not know.
Okay. Is that a red bandana on your right ankle?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you have a red bandana on your right ankle?
Because I wanted to wear it on my right ankle.
Okay. Does it have anything to do with the Bloods wearing red on the right side of their body?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. Does Shannon have a red object inside of the right side of his pants?
Ask him.
I'm asking you by looking at the picture. Does he have something red inside?
Oh, okay, yeah.
All right. Now your hands, what is your hand symbolizing?
Zone 3.
Okay. Is that not a C and K for Crip Killer?
Who hand? You see my hand?
Your hand.
Can you zoom in so she can see the picture? There you go.
Okay, so is that not a C and a K for Crip Killer?
It's me throwing up zone 3. You see the 3?
All right. Any reason why you have the red bandana on your right ankle, not your left ankle?
Overruled objection.
I'm pretty sure you go get pictures with me having it all over my body, left, right, head, neck, belt.
Now, have you ever claimed to be a part of ABG,
Me?
Atlanta Blood Gang?
Me?
Yes, you.
Never.
Okay. Do you recall being interviewed by the Atlanta Police Department on January 11th, 2015, with an investigative Thorpe?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state's going to tender State's Exhibit 378 Yankee Alpha for impeachment purposes, playing 3:29:46 to 3:30:13.
All right, hold on 1 second. Yankee Alpha 3:29:46 to 3:30. I should say 30:13.
To the extent that it doesn't comport with a prior and consistent statement, yes.
I'll note your objection. I'll note your objection, Mr. Sharp. Overrule, sir. It's admitted.
ABG. But it was in 2000. I had went to jail in 2000. He just like, they meet. Okay, so you got ABG. Yes. But it was in 2000. I had went to jail in 2000. I think it's 2015 now. I went to jail in 2013. 12. I went to jail in 2012. I hit a year. But when I went to jail in 2012, I didn't get down with the game. So I went in. So you got out in 2013.
Basis for your objection.
Your Honor, I asked him, was he ever part of ABG? And he
Well, let's
said,
get to that portion, okay?
that's That's what happened. He said,
Okay, well,
Detective Thorpe asked him, okay, so you,
let's just run it back to that particular section. Tell me where it started.
all right.
All right. Over objection for the time being, Mr. Steele.
Okay, so you got ABG. Yes. But it was in 2000. I had went to jail in 2000.
Do you hear when he actually did, you left ABG and you said yes.
He asked me what?
Did you leave ABG?
I don't think that was said. Objection.
I'll play it again one more time for you.
I can't hear it no matter how many times you play it.
Can I see you on council for a second, bench, please? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a 10-minute comfort break, and then we'll see where the day leads us at that point in time, okay? All right, all rise. All right, our jury has left us. Let Mr. Copeland know that he's in recess for 10 minutes, please. All right, see you back in 10 minutes. my attention, Mr. Weinstein, you filed a motion to recuse me. You filed an affidavit consistent with that pursuant to Uniform Superior Court, I think, believe 25.2. The court's had an opportunity to read your motion. I've also had an opportunity to take a look at, because this issue comes up a fair bit. Baptiste versus the state, I want you to take a look at that, and that's from our Court of Appeals, 229 Georgia Appeals 691. Basically, you can't file a motion to recuse for ruling that a trial judge makes, okay? And that's what you're doing in this particular situation. You're saying you don't like what I ruled upon. You're alleging some facts in an affidavit that support that decision. Because if that were the case, then no trial judge would be able to sit through a trial and give adverse rulings. So for the reasons set forth in Baptiste and other cases, I'm going to deny your motion to recuse on its face, okay?
Honor, may I just address what you said? I disagree with your characterization that I filed a motion as a result of any ruling.
No. Well, you did in your affidavit. I'm taking in your affidavit as face value, okay? All right. I'm not contesting where you got the information from, at least not yet. But I'm just saying that because it also encompasses that I made a ruling. And as a result of that, if I make a ruling and you don't like it, then every litigant will say, I want to recuse you, Judge Smith or Judge Glanville, Judge whoever, okay? So part and parcel of it is that's why I'm making my rule in this particular case. Remember, bias. I've got to do something extrajudicial, and you're in your particular, like I would have to say something about you or your clients or anything like that, which I would never do because I'm a steward of this particular process. So I understand what your objection is, or what your statement is in terms of your motion to recuse. I'm going to deny it.
I believe, Your Honor, that under Rule 25.3, that you have to address, you have to cease acting right now.
No, I don't.
And then you can, if I can just finish, and then I promise, if I can just finish this. I believe you have to cease acting. I believe that under 25.3, you have to look at the timeliness of the motion, and you have to look at the sufficiency of the affidavit. I do not believe that you are permitted to just simply deny without taking those steps.
Is that it?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So noted.
Are you denying at this point?
I'm still denying your motion, okay?
Would you grant a certificate of immediate review?
No, sir.
Because
No, sir.
if you grant that certificate, you were always talking about how the appellate court.
No, because I'll grant the certificate, it stops the case, okay?
I don't agree.
And I'm not going to do
I
that.
don't believe it stops the case.
I'm not going to do that.
And if
You can appeal it at the end of the case. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Hey, I'll live by it.
But
Okay?
aren't you interested in removing the cloud that's hanging over the case right now, Your Honor? If you grant.
Sir, I'd be real careful about what you're pleading at this point in time, what you're stating to the court. As a matter of professional responsibility, remember, we haven't nugged out all the issues involved in that affidavit. And I would be very careful if I were you, because you have some professional responsibility obligations individually and to this court. And so I would just leave it at that respectfully. I don't want to get into an argument with you about that, but I would just tell you that tread lightly, okay, in terms of that at this point.
I understand, Your Honor, and I believe that the certificate of immediate review would be in the interest of the court.
I'm not going to do that.
Would you make factual findings regarding?
I am not at this point in time going to, I've denied the motion, okay?
I believe that's an error, Your Honor.
All right, okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Can we call Mr. Copeland, please? All right, summon our jury, please. Mr. Weinstein, I am going to prepare a written order, okay?
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, okay,
I
all right.
appreciate that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
I'll do it first.
All right, thank you, Sarney. Yes, ma'am. You may continue.
Mr. Copeland, have you heard of YSL?
Yeah.
Okay. And how have you heard of YSL?
Same way everybody else heard of it.
And what is that to you?
What you mean?
How have you heard of it?
How have you heard of it?
Mr. Copeland, if you could please answer the question.
I just did. I said I heard of it the same way everybody else had heard of it, as a music group.
All right. And what does YSL mean?
Young Stoner Life.
What was your objection, sir? Foundation, is that what you said? I'll sustain the objection.
When was the first time you heard of YSL?
When I started, I got out of 2013, and this when I started hearing of it.
And when you started hearing of it, was it where were like was it in Mechanicsville? How did you start hearing of it?
Young Thug had a song that was on the radio, and everybody was playing it.
Did you hear of YSL through an individual by the name of Tick?
Yes. Well, I didn't. I hear slime through Tick, not YSL.
All right. And when you heard of slime through Tick, what was your understanding of what he was referencing?
That would be speculative.
No, Your Honor, my question, what was his understanding?
I'll rule the objection. I will rule the objection.
What was your understanding of what Tick was referencing?
What you mean?
You said that you heard of slime through Tick.
That's what he called me one day. He be like, "Come here, slime."
Did you ask him why he called? Did you ever ask him why he was calling you slime?
This Atlanta, we make up words every day.
Okay. Did you know YSL to be? Did you consider YSL to be a gang?
No,
Have you ever claimed affiliation as being part of YSL, the gang?
There's no foundation, and it goes to the jury's 701. Not the appropriate to call it a gang. The gang is one, not to another. I object.
Objection to your speaking, objection, Your Honor.
Well, Mr. Steele, remember, I told you not to speak your objection to begin with, so you need to give me a basis. No, you can do,
701.
okay, and what else?
Everything I just said.
Well, I'm not listening to that, because I'm looking for a reason that can be couched in a, okay. we call, yeah. Nice. You keep it.
Simone, watch your back.
You may continue, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Copeland, have you ever done an interview with a video blogger off the porch in 2020?
Yeah.
And during that interview,
I don't know when.
how many times have you done an interview with off the porch?
I don't know.
In the interview with off the porch, do you recall them asking you about YSL and the fact that you talk about YSL a lot in your songs?
What I was supposed to say?
And your response to them was gang?
That what I said?
Your Honor, the state would like to attend the station that is 379 Y at (9 minutes and 30 seconds to 9 minutes and 35 seconds.
All right, any objection to states 379 Yankee from 9:30 to 9:35? All right, hearing none, it's admitted and may be published as you see fit.
And first of all, that's you, Mr. Copeland. Is that you, Mr. Copeland? Is that you?
It looked like it.
And you rep YSL a lot in your music.
Dang.
And you rep YSL a lot in your music.
Gang. Yeah.
Did you hear that? Do I need to bring it closer to you?
I heard him say I read YSL a lot.
And did you hear what your response was? Did you hear what your response was?
Yeah, gang.
All right. When you responded, gang, what did you mean?
I responded gang.
You're saying you didn't say gang, you said game.
Gang.
GAME is what you're saying that you said?
Yeah, when he said YSL, gang.
So your testimony today is that you said game and not gang. I'm trying to get clarification.
Oh, hold on. I'll sustain the objection to that answer.
Do you recall in the beginning of that same video saying slat YSL for life?
What about it?
Did you say that?
Probably so.
Okay. When you say slat YSL for life, what are you referencing?
What you mean? I don't know what referencing mean.
When you say YSL for life, are you talking about the music or the gang?
So I'm doing an interview with Out the Porch.
Okay.
I'm trying to get into the music. And I was told I had to make people believe in me. So I was doing interviews trying to make people believe in me.
Have you ever been signed to YSL, the record label?
No.
All right. So why would you be repping YSL if you've never been signed to the record label?
Because I sent Young Thug my music and tried to convince him that I was trying to go the right way in life and do music. So
And he never signed you to the label?
I went back to jail.
But you were never signed to the label?
How could I say this?
I sustain the objection. Oh, okay. All right, Mr. Chair, noted.
When you said, as you're saying now, you said game, what did you mean by that?
Game.
So what did you mean when you said that?
What you mean? Like, what did I mean?
What does game mean?
I'm trying to run a game.
So because I'm trying to understand.
I'm trying to run game. So when he said, I mentioned YSL a lot of my game, this the direction I'm trying to go. I'm trying to get their attention to sign me. This my whole, however you say it.
All right. You said their intention to sign you, but you were friends with Young Thug before this interview. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, but what he told me was he not putting his money into me if I'm gonna be out here in the streets.
Okay. So why are you still representing YSL if he wasn't going to put any money in you?
I had to convince that I was serious about the music. So if he didn't sign me, if somebody had the right amount of money, then that's where I was gonna go.
Okay. Now, since we're talking about let me ask you, prior to 2020, when that interview was taken, did you represent YSL back in 2015 and 2014? Was it about the music in 2015 and 2014?
You said, was it about the music?
Yeah.
What you mean?
You're telling the jury that the reason why you rep YSL is because you were trying to get signed. Is that fair to say?
No, you asked me about the interview. And I was saying why I said in the interview was to get these people attention.
Before this interview,
Okay.
did you rep YSL before this interview?
I did.
Okay. And before this interview, when you rep YSL, what was your purpose of representing YSL at that time?
You said what was my purpose?
Why were you representing YSL before this interview?
You got to be more specific, like clear on what you're saying. You talk about back in the days? You talking about 2020? What are you talking about?
We're gonna publish 342 game. So back in 2014, that you throwing up the YSL sign.
I don't know if this 2014.
We can scroll down. Do you see the date being October 26, 2014?
Yeah, I see it right here.
In this symbol, you're throwing up.
I think
Why are you throwing up the YSL symbol?
that's not, I'm gonna overrule the objection for leaving.
Why are you throwing up the YSL symbol?
For clout.
So in 20, you were doing it for clout.
Yeah, I was going around. Everybody said they see me with Thug and Birdman, you know.
Besides clout, did you ever call yourself running with YSL and talking about gangs in a January 11th interview with Detective Thorpe?
Say that again?
Sure. In January of 2011, when you were interviewed by the Atlanta Police Department in January 11th of 2015?
Yeah, I was.
Okay.
Well, I don't know the date, but
And were you interviewed in reference to the killing of Donovan Thomas?
I was.
And during that interview, were you asked questions about YSL and If Gang?
And January,
Yes,
I don't know.
you don't recall. And during the interview, let me ask you this. Was there any point in that interview that you and Detective Thorpe were talking about music?
I don't recall.
Do you recall why you went to the police department on that morning to talk with Detective Thorpe?
Yes,
Why did you go to talk to Detective Thorpe?
because they called me because they said that my name was involved in a murder.
And why did you choose to go meet with the detectives on that day?
Huh?
Why did you decide to go down and speak with the detectives that day?
I don't know.
Were you involved in the murder that they were calling you about?
No,
Did you tell the detectives that?
I don't. Did I tell them what?
That you were not involved in the murder?
I think I told them I didn't do it.
And during that first meeting that you had with the detectives, did you talk about the beef between YSL and If Gang during that interview?
I don't know.
You
I
don't-
don't know. All I remember was about that interview was he questioned me about. He called me down there because he said that everybody said I did this crime.
And during the course of that,
I don't remember about nothing else that he discussed with me.
Do you remember in a February 21st, 2015 interview, speaking with police about the beef between If Gang and YSL?
No, I do not.
Come back to that. Let me ask you this, because we're going to come back to YSL and If Gang. Have you ever been to Club Crucial?
Yeah,
When was the last time you've been to Club Crucial?
I don't.
Do you know if Club Crucial is still open for business?
I think it's still open.
All right. I want to go back to 2014, 2015. How often back in 2014 and 2015 would you go to Crucial?
Every Monday,
Why did you go every Monday?
because that was the night everybody be there.
Was there a specific event that happened on Monday nights?
Yeah, they fight.
When you say they fight, who's there?
The girls in the club.
And when you say they fight in the club, are they people just getting in fist fights, or was it something that's structured, like a fight night?
It was a boxing.
And with the boxing night, would people bet on the boxing match that was happening?
How I supposed to know?
So do you
I
not
didn't
know?
bet on it.
All right. Would you only go to Crucial on Monday nights?
I only went on Monday night.
All right. When you went to Crucial earlier, you talked about a number of people you went to the club with. Would you go to the Crucial with those individuals we talked about earlier, or other people that we have not discussed over the last few days?
I go to Crucial with whoever was crazy enough to go with me.
Is there a kitchen inside of Club Crucial in 2014, 2015?
A kitchen?
Yeah, was there a kitchen inside of the club?
I guess.
Now, when you went to the club every Monday, did you stay in the same area of the club, or would you kind of walk around the club? What would you do when you went to the club every Monday?
Same thing everybody else go to the club for.
And what did you go to the club for?
They enjoy myself.
Okay. Did you have a section in the club, or were you just kind of roaming
I just go
around?
in the club.
Now, when you went to the club, did you take money to the club?
If I had,
Would you ever flash money in the club?
if I had it,
Permission to approach?
Do you have something you need to show defense counsel?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, come on. Please, ma'am, go right ahead. I apologize.
Mr. Copeland, I'm showing you what the market says for the 386 Yankee. Tell me if you recognize anyone in it. Do you recognize anyone in that video?
I can't tell.
Yes, sir. And when you say you can't tell, what do you mean?
I can't see.
You need to push it up. You need to push it up closer to you. I'm gonna pull it up closer.
Yeah, that's me.
And are you flashing money?
That would like them to.
And so earlier when we talked about flashing money, is that what you were describing when I asked you earlier if you've ever flashed money in the club?
I guess.
All right. You're on this time. Say what I consider 386 Yankee as evidence.
Any further objection to 386 Yankee? All right. Okay. Hearing none, 386 Yankees admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Yeah, and looking at 386 Yankee, are you in Club Crucial in that? Can you tell if you're in Club Crucial in that video?
I stand the question as a form.
Are you able to tell where you are in that video?
I can't tell.
But when you talk about flashing money, that what you were referencing when I asked you that question.
Yes.
I think this would be a good start.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to a natural stopping point for today. And we're going to go ahead and recess for the evening. The time being almost 4:45. So let's go ahead and come back tomorrow morning. Let's plan on 9, I should say. (8:30) for an instance, 9 o'clock start time. Okay. All right. Mr. Copeland, we will see you tomorrow morning at 8:30. Okay. All right.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, any minister inquiry with me?
Have you reviewed your calendar for July yet? Any anticipated days off?
No, I live hour by hour and day by day. Okay, at this point, I will soon. Okay, fair enough. Okay. But I'm thinking about it, all right? You're talking about,
Well, I know we're already aware the 12th and the 26th would be in a late start, but if there was any.
well, you know that the 4th this year falls on a Thursday.
Yeah.
So it's a county holiday, a national holiday. Friday, we also take Friday as well. The county takes Friday, the 5th. So at this point in time, what's up for debate is the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, okay? But I'll let you, like I said, I'll let you know kind of once we kind of take a look at some other things, okay?
Yes.
All right. Fair question. What other administrative inquiry do you have of me? Anybody else? All right, I'll see what we can do to get that to you. Soon. I'm working on it, okay? All right. Okay, let's go ahead and review your customary admonitions. Remember, leave your notepads in the basket as you go back in your headquarters and as you leave and go other places, to include coming here and going back home. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Discuss it in ones and twos. Discuss it as a corporate body back there, sitting there as you're waiting. Remember, it would be improper for you to recap, handicap, comment, or otherwise review the testimony that you've heard thus far. Remember, you can only consider this case when in such time that the court properly can instruct you on how to do that. All right. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, you're not to go ahead and go by and visit any scenes that may be depicted that you've learned about during testimony in open court. Remember, it would be a violation for you to take pictures, draw artist renderings, drawings, or any other things or share any extra knowledge you may know of any particular scene, any particular scenes or locations. Remember, you can only consider what's been lawfully presented to you in the four walls of this courtroom. Remember as well, ladies and gentlemen, it would be a violation for you to go to any third-party websites, phone a friend, otherwise have anybody else explain, or go to any other resource materials, to include websites to understand or otherwise aid or augment your understanding as to anything that may be presented within the courtroom. You can only consider what's presented within the four walls of this courtroom. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, if anybody should try and contact you by any means necessary, any mode or method, that your first obligation would be to let myself and Sergeant Ingram know immediately, okay? All right, and the last thing, it goes without saying, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience that you have given and will otherwise continue to give to the consideration of this matter. And unless you have any other questions of me, any other ministerial inquiry, we'll recess you until tomorrow morning at 8:30 for an anticipated 9 o'clock start time. And at some point in time, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 4 days, I will give you an answer as to those different days in July, to include maybe sometime into August, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're in recess. I'll see you tomorrow morning, okay? All rise. Okay. All right. Indeed, our jury has left us. All right, any ministerial inquiry of me, counsels?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, Mr. Sharp.
At this time, I would like to once again reassert a motion for any Brady materials, including any impeachment evidence that is different or contradictory from anything that Mr. Copeland has stated on the stand so far from the state.
Madam.
Your Honor, we will share anything that we have heard today different or any other day different from what he has stated on the stand in an email to counsel, and we will copy the court this afternoon.
All right, Mr. Shard, is that the extent of it? You've asked me before about anything else that was said purportedly ex parte. The court is still kind of combing its way through that, okay?
And Your Honor, just to be clear, my inquiry of the state was not limited to that ex parte communication. But yes, Your Honor, I have asked about the transcript, but respectfully, I just not trying to ask about that every day out of respect.
Well, no harm.
Yeah.
We're working on it. And you certainly, if it's appropriate, will receive or the opportunity to whatever statements that may be relevant to your inquiry before you begin your cross-examination. You'll have that. Should that be bear upon it, okay?
Thank you.
All right. But as for the state's inquiry, Miss Love says she will forward anything else to you that she becomes aware of.
Understood.
Because the state has a continuing obligation, of course, to provide you with any Brady materials
Yes, Your Honor.
or impeachment. Okay. All right. Anything else? Any other counsel? Defense counsel? All right. Then I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 8:30 for anticipated 9 o'clock start time. Okay. All right. We're in recess.